So welcome back, everyone. I'm going to start with just giving about 10 minutes of instruction on walking meditation. And then after I do that, then anybody who wants to go outside and do some walking meditation is welcome to, or whoever would like to keep sitting is also welcome to do so. And with walking meditation or with any type of meditation, I like to talk about setting the motivation beforehand. So the motivation being to be at ease. So setting that motivation to be calm and at ease. And whether we're sitting or walking, then just as Ajahn Kurdama was mentioning earlier, just focusing a bit on consciously calming the whole body. And when we do walking meditation, one of my favorite manuals about walking meditation was actually one of these rare writings from Longpa Liam. And he talks about setting the proper attitudes for walking meditation, and that we try to imagine that every step we take when we're doing walking meditation, that every step we take leaves an imprint. And so to have that motivation or that intention to leave imprints of peace and calm and an intention of purifying the mind, purifying the heart. Because for so long we've been leaving imprints of our sorrow and our sadness, so we've left enough of those types of imprints. And so when we do walking meditation, trying to have that motivation to leave imprints of calm and peace and well-being. And practically speaking, when we walk back and forth, usually we try to find a path that's about 50 feet long. This is anywhere between 20 and 30 paces. I know for myself, I tend to walk on a path that's about 23, 24, 25 paces. The Buddha himself, after his awakening, is said to have walked back and forth in a east and west direction, 17 paces. So that's a little bit shorter, but his stride was perhaps longer. He was said to be about 6'7". So the Buddha probably had a slightly longer stride than most of us. So for us, it might be 20 plus paces. Some people like it a bit longer, 30 paces or so. But if it's too long, then it's a little bit harder for the mind to settle. And just a few things to remember during the walking meditation, that we keep the eyes downcast. They say a plow's length in front of one, so that's about 9 feet. And important to not keep the head down. Keeping the eyes down just means keeping the eyes down, but we can keep our posture good, but still keep the eyes slightly downcast. And then that helps us to get into a meditative frame of mind while we're doing walking meditation. It also goes hand in hand with Ānāpānasati, because as we're outside, especially these cooler days, as we're doing walking meditation, we can energize the mind with the in-breath, the cool air, the cold air coming in, and then the warm air going out. And as we breathe in, we can actually feel the coolness in our whole body. If the mind wanders a little bit, that's okay. Sometimes people will tend to want to do more sitting meditation because the body is more still, and then that can foster more stillness in the mind. However, the Buddha did say that any concentration, any mental clarity or stability attained while doing walking meditation lasts for a long time. So if we are in that posture of movement and we are able to allow the mind to settle, then that settled mind can persist for a long time. So it's more like building up our mindfulness in daily life, the walking meditation. and the movement of the body, contemplating impermanence during walking meditation. So there is the bodily movement, and then there's the passage of time. So for those who are inclined to do walking meditation for longer periods of time, you'll notice the shadows on the trees changing positions. And there won't be much of an opportunity to do this today, but in the future, if you ever have the opportunity to do more than an hour or even up to 2 hours of walking meditation, then the mind might be able to settle into it better, because just doing a shorter period of walking meditation, it might be a little bit more difficult to get into it. In general, walking meditation is a bit harder to get into than sitting meditation. But once we do it for a longer period of time, then we really can get into it. It's a seemingly meaningless activity where we're just walking back and forth. We're not really accomplishing anything in a physical sense. We're not doing some sort of work where we can look at it and say, oh, I did that. But we're just walking back and forth. So it's a seemingly meaningless activity, but it's very meaningful because we're making the mind peaceful and allowing the mind to settle within a posture of movement with the eyes open. So once we do a period of walking meditation, then coming to sit, the mind can be bright and energized from that. So if we remember what Longpa Liem is talking about with walking meditation, where we leave imprints, we leave the imprints of either our sorrow or our longing, or we leave imprints of peace and well-being and happiness, or we leave imprints of irritation and frustration. Whatever imprints we leave with our footsteps, then a skilled tracker might be able to say, oh, that was that person's mental state while they were walking on that path. So allowing the mind space to settle, we can also think of it like having a jar of sediment. The mind has this jar of sediment inside of it, and it's with our various thoughts of the past and future, and various proliferations and various frustrations, irritations. Then the jar gets shaken up, and so then there's just a general confusion. But then when we give space for the mind to settle within the space of the walking meditation or the sitting meditation, then it's like we just set that jar down, and it just settles at its own rate. The coarse sediment settles first, the finer sediments stratify, and then they settle at different levels until the very finest sediment can settle, and then there's clear water at the top. So it is possible with walking meditation to do that as well, and we can enjoy the posture of walking. It's good for the body. The Buddha talks about this as the various benefits of walking meditation. One of them I already mentioned, that any mental firm establishing of the mind or samadhi that occurs during walking meditation ends up lasting for a long time. But also it's just practical things. The body is healthy. You can go on long walking journeys. You train yourself how to walk. And the digestion is better, so good to walk after the mealtime. So there's various benefits we can reflect on as well during the walking meditation. So we're not necessarily, when we say settling the mind, it doesn't necessarily mean we stop thinking. But we are putting space around our thinking so that whatever we think, there's space around it, there's equanimity, and it's not a problem. So whether the mind is thinking in a way we'd like it to think, or it's not thinking in a way we'd like it to think, we put some space around it. And just in the walking meditation, sometimes we can even chuckle at ourselves at just what the mind does. We can just reflect that, well, it just does that. That's just its nature. We come back to the body, come back to the cool air, coming in at the nostrils, warm air going out, cool air hitting the body. And if we do Ānāpānasati while we're doing walking meditation, if our mind inclines in that way, then we can reflect on the cool air coming in, but then that's not apart from the feeling the coolness through the whole body. We can allow the mind to wander around the body. It doesn't just have to remain at one point. So we don't just have to focus just on the feet or just on the breath. So we can allow the mind to move through the body, and the mind can also do various contemplations, contemplating whatever theme of Dhamma we might feel inspired by, that might both brighten the mind and settle the mind. And walking meditation, it's also a very good time to do these Dhamma contemplations. But if the mind is wandering off a bit to what I'm going to do later, what I'm going to do tomorrow, then we gently bring it back to the body, to the feelings, to the cool air. It can even be a contemplation of what kind of imprints do I leave with all of my footfalls. So Longpa Liam, he in his small book on walking meditation, then he says it's like when the Bodhisattva was born into the world, and it's said that he walked 7 steps and that there was lotuses coming up under his feet. And so he said that's a very good image. We can try to imagine lotuses, which are a symbol of purity, coming up under our feet. That's one way we can do it as well. So I don't want to go on for too long. It'd be nice to have some time to actually do these things and actually experience some of the settling of the mind. So I'll go outside and do some walking meditation until 1:45, and then anybody who would like can go outside and do that as well, or you're also welcome to sit in here for the time being, and then at 1:45 we'll continue with a Lumpur Cha reading. Okay, I'll do a reading from Longpo Cha. This is from Bodhinyana, one of the classic compilations of Longpo Cha's teachings, translated into English. And once I finish the reading, then we'll continue sitting until about 2:30. This is called Reading the Natural Mind. It was an informal talk given to a group of newly ordained monks after the evening chanting in the middle of the Rains Retreat, 1978. Our way of practice is looking closely at things and making them clear. We're persistent and constant, yet not rushed or hurried. Neither are we too slow. It's a matter of gradually feeling our way and bringing it together. However, all of this bringing it together is working towards something. There is a point to our practice. For most of us, when we first start to practice, it's nothing other than desire. We start to practice because of wanting. At this stage, our wanting is wanting in the wrong way. That is, it's deluded. It's wanting mixed with wrong understanding. If wanting is not mixed with wrong understanding like this, we say that it's wanting with wisdom, panya. It's not deluded. It's wanting with right understanding. In a case like this, we say that it's due to a person's parami, or past accumulations. However, this isn't the case with everyone. Some people don't want to have desire, or they want not to have desires, because they think that our practice is directed at not wanting. However, if there's no desire, then there's no way of practice. We can see this for ourselves. The Buddha and all his disciples practiced to put an end to defilements. We must want to practice and must want to put an end to defilements. We must want to have peace of mind and want not to have confusion. However, if this wanting is mixed with wrong understanding, then it will only amount to more difficulties for us. If we are honest about it, we really know nothing at all. Or what we do know is of no consequence, since we are unable to use it properly. Everybody, including the Buddha, started out like this, with the desire to practice, wanting to have peace of mind and wanting not to have confusion and suffering. These two kinds of desire have exactly the same value. If not understood from both wanting to be free from confusion and not wanting to have suffering or defilements, they're a foolish way of wanting, desire without wisdom. In our practice, we see this desire as either sensual indulgence or self-mortification. It's in this very conflict that our teacher, the Buddha, was caught up, just this dilemma. He followed many ways of practice which merely ended up in these two extremes. And these days we are exactly the same. We are still afflicted by this duality, and because of it, we keep falling from the way. However, this is how we must start out. We start out as worldly beings, as beings with defilements, with wanting devoid of wisdom, desire without right understanding. If we lack proper understanding, then both kinds of desire work against us. Whether it's wanting or not wanting, it's still craving, tanha. If we don't understand these two things, then we won't know how to deal with them when they arise. We will feel that to go forward is wrong and to go backward is wrong, and yet we can't stop. Whatever we do, we just find more wanting. This is because of the lack of wisdom and because of craving. It's right here, with this wanting and not wanting, that we can understand the Dhamma. The Dhamma which we are looking for exists right here, but we don't see it. Rather, we persist in our efforts to stop wanting. We want things to be a certain way and not any other way. Or we want them not to be a certain way, but to be another way. Really, these two things are the same. They are part of the same duality. Perhaps we may not realize that the Buddha and all of his disciples had this kind of wanting. However, the Buddha understood regarding wanting and not wanting. He understood that they are simply the activity of mind, that such things merely appear in a flash and then disappear. These kinds of desires are going on all the time. When there's wisdom, we don't identify with them. We are free from clinging. Whether it's wanting or not wanting, we simply see it as such. In reality, it's merely the activity of the natural mind. When we take a close look, we see clearly that this is how it is. So it's here that our practice of contemplation will lead us to understanding. Let us take an example, the example of a fisherman pulling in his net with a big fish in it. How do you think he feels about pulling it in? If he's afraid that the fish will escape, he'll be rushed and start to struggle with the net, grabbing and tugging at it. But before he knows it, the big fish has escaped. He was trying too hard. In the olden days, they would talk like this. They taught that we should do it gradually, carefully gathering it in without losing it. This is how it is in our practice. We gradually feel our way with it, carefully gathering it in without losing it. Sometimes it happens that we don't feel like doing it. Maybe we don't want to look, or maybe we don't want to know, but we keep on with it. We continue feeling for it. This is practice. If we feel like doing it, we do it. And if we don't feel like doing it, we do it just the same. We just keep doing it. If we are enthusiastic about our practice, the power of our faith will give energy to what we are doing. But at this stage, we are still without wisdom. Even though we are very energetic, we will not derive much benefit from our practice. We may continue with it for a long time, and a feeling will arise that we aren't going to find the way. We may feel that we cannot find peace and tranquility, or that we aren't sufficiently equipped to do the practice. Or maybe we feel that this way just isn't possible anymore, so we give up. At this point, we must be very, very careful. We must use great patience and endurance. It's just like pulling in the big fish. We gradually feel our way with it. We carefully pull it in. The struggle won't be too difficult, so without stopping, we continue pulling it in. Eventually, after some time, the fish becomes tired and stops fighting, and we're able to catch it easily. Usually this is how it happens. We practice gradually, gathering it together. It's in this manner that we do our contemplation. If we don't have any particular knowledge or learning in the theoretical aspects of the teachings, we contemplate according to our everyday experience. We use the knowledge which we already have, the knowledge derived from our everyday experience. This kind of knowledge is natural to the mind. Actually, whether we study about it or not, we have the reality of the mind right here already. The mind is the mind, whether we have learned about it or not. This is why we say that whether the Buddha is born in the world or not, everything is the way it is. Everything already exists according to its own nature. This natural condition doesn't change, nor does it go anywhere. It just is that way. This is called the Satcha Dhamma. However, if we don't understand about this Satcha Dhamma, we won't be able to recognize it. So we practice contemplation in this way. If we aren't particularly skilled in scripture, we take the mind itself to study and read. Continually we contemplate and understanding regarding the nature of the mind will gradually arise. We don't have to force anything. Until we are able to stop our mind, until we reach tranquility, the mind will just continue as before. It's for this reason that the teacher says, just keep on doing it. Keep on with the practice. Maybe we think, if I don't yet understand, how can I do it? Until we are able to practice properly, wisdom doesn't arise. So we say, just keep on with it. If we practice without stopping, we'll begin to think about what we are doing. We'll start to consider our practice. Nothing happens immediately. So in the beginning, we can't see any results from our practice. This is like the example I have often given you of the man who tries to make fire by rubbing two sticks of wood together. He says to himself, "They say there's fire here," and he begins rubbing energetically. He's very impetuous. He rubs on, but his impatience doesn't end. He wants to have that fire. He keeps wanting to have that fire, but the fire doesn't come. So he gets discouraged and stops to rest for a while. He starts again, but the going is slow, and he rests again. By then, the heat has disappeared. He didn't keep at it long enough. He rubs and rubs until he tires, and then he stops altogether. Not only is he tired, but he becomes more and more discouraged until he gives up completely. There's no fire here. Actually, he was doing the work, but there wasn't enough heat to start a fire. The fire was there all the time, but he didn't carry on to the end. This sort of experience causes the meditator to get discouraged in his practice. So they restlessly change from one practice to another. And this sort of experience is also similar to our own practice. It's the same for everybody. Why? Because we are still grounded in defilements. The Buddha had defilements also, but he had a lot of wisdom in this respect. While still worldlings, the Buddha and the Arahants were just the same as us. If we are still worldlings and we don't think rightly, thus, when wanting arises, we don't see it, and when not wanting arises, we don't see it. Sometimes we feel stirred up, and sometimes we feel contented. When we have not wanting, we have a kind of contentment, but we also have a kind of confusion. When we have wanting, this can be contentment and confusion of another kind. It's all intermixed in this way. The Buddha taught us to contemplate our body. For example, hair of the head, hair of the body, nails, teeth, skin. It's all body. Take a look. We are told to investigate right here. If we don't see these things clearly as they are in ourselves, we won't understand regarding other people. We won't see others clearly, nor will we see ourselves. However, if we do understand and see clearly the nature of our own bodies, our doubts and wonderings regarding others will disappear. This is because body and mind, rupa and nama, are the same for everybody. It isn't necessary to go and examine all the bodies in the world, since we know that they are the same as us. We are the same as them. If we have this kind of understanding, then our burden becomes lighter. Without this kind of understanding, all we do is develop a heavier burden. In order to know about others, we would have to go and examine everybody in the entire world. That would be very difficult. We would soon become discouraged. Our Vinaya is similar to this. When we look at our Vinaya, code of monk's discipline, we feel that it's very difficult. We must keep every rule, study every rule, review our practice with every rule. If we just think about it, oh, it's impossible. We read the literal meaning of all the numerous rules, and if we merely follow our thinking about them, we could well decide that it's beyond our ability to keep them all. Anyone who has had this kind of attitude toward the Vinaya has the same feeling about it. There are a lot of rules. The scriptures tell us that we must examine ourselves regarding each and every rule and keep them all strictly. We must know them all and observe them perfectly. This is the same as saying that to understand about others, we must go and examine absolutely everybody. This is a very heavy attitude. And it's like this because we take what is said literally. If we follow the textbooks, this is the way we must go. Some teachers teach in this manner, strict adherence to what the textbooks say. It just can't work that way. Actually, if we study theory like this, our practice won't develop at all. In fact, our faith will disappear. Our faith in the way will be destroyed. This is because we haven't yet understood. When there is wisdom, we will understand that all the people in the entire world really amount to just this one person. They are the same as this very being. So we study and contemplate our own body and mind. With seeing and understanding the nature of our own body and mind comes understanding the bodies and minds of everyone. And so, this way, the weight of our practice becomes lighter. The Buddha said to teach and instruct ourselves. Nobody else can do it for us. When we study and understand the nature of our own existence, we will understand the nature of all existence. Everyone is really the same. We are all the same make and come from the same company. There are only different shades, that's all. Just like Buat Hai and Tumjai, they are both painkillers and do the same thing. But one type is called Buat Hai and the other is called Tumjai. Really, they aren't different. This must have been from a previous generation. Never heard of those. You will find that this way of seeing things gets easier and easier as you gradually bring it all together. We call this feeling our way, and this is how we begin to practice. We'll become skilled at doing it. We keep on with it until we arrive at understanding, and when this understanding arises, we will see reality clearly. So we continue this practice until we have a feeling for it. After a time, depending on our own particular tendencies and abilities, a new kind of understanding arises. This we call investigation of Dhamma, Dhammavichaya. And this is how the 7 factors of enlightenment arise in the mind. Investigation of Dhamma is one of them. The others are mindfulness, energy, rapture, tranquility, concentration or samadhi, and equanimity. If we have studied about the 7 factors of enlightenment, then we'll know what the books say, but we won't have seen the real factors of enlightenment. The real factors of enlightenment arise in the mind. Thus the Buddha came to give us all the various teachings. All the enlightened ones have taught the way out of suffering, and the recorded teachings we call the theoretical teachings. This theory originally came from the practice, but it has become merely book learning or words. The real factors of enlightenment have disappeared because we don't know them within ourselves. We don't see them within our own minds. If they arise out of practice. If they arise out of practice, then they are factors leading to enlightenment of the Dhamma, and we can use their arising as an indication that our practice is correct. If we are not practicing rightly, such things will not appear. If we practice in the right way, then we can see Dhamma. So we say to keep on practicing, feeling your way gradually and continually investigating. Don't think that what you're looking for can be found anywhere other than right here. One of my senior disciples had been learning Pali at a study temple before he came here. He hadn't been very successful with his studies, so he thought that, since monks who practice meditation are able to see and understand everything just by sitting, he would come and try this way. He came here to Wat Nong Bapong with the intention of sitting in meditation, so he'd be able to translate Pali scriptures. He had this kind of understanding about practice, so I explained to him about our way. He had misunderstood completely. He had thought it an easy matter just to sit and make everything clear. If we talk about understanding Dhamma, then both study monks and practice monks use the same words. But the actual understanding which comes from studying theory and that which comes from practicing Dhamma is not quite the same. It may seem to be the same, but one is more profound. One is deeper than the other. The kind of understanding which comes from practice leads to surrender, to giving up. Until there is complete surrender, we persevere, we persist in our contemplation. If desires or anger and dislike arise in our mind, we aren't indifferent to them. We don't just leave them, but rather take them and investigate to see how and from where they arise. If such moods are already in our mind, then we contemplate and see how they work against us. We see them clearly and understand the difficulties which we cause ourselves by believing and following them. This kind of understanding is not found anywhere other than in our own pure mind. It's because of this that those who study theory and those who practice meditation misunderstand each other. Usually those who emphasize study say things like this: monks who only practice meditation just follow their opinions. They have no basis in their teaching. Actually, in one sense, these two ways of study and practice are exactly the same thing. It can help us to understand if we think of it like the front and back of our hand. If we put our hand out, it seems as if the back of the hand has disappeared. Actually, the back of our hand hasn't disappeared anywhere. It's just hidden underneath. When we say that we can't see it, it doesn't mean that it has disappeared completely. It just means that it's hidden underneath. When we turn our hand over, the same thing happens to the palm of the hand. It doesn't go anywhere. It's merely hidden underneath. We should keep this in mind when we consider practice. If we think it has disappeared, we'll go off to study, hoping to get results. But it doesn't matter how much you study about Dhamma. You'll never understand, because you won't know in accordance with truth. If we do understand the real nature of Dhamma, then it becomes letting go. This is surrender, removing attachment, not clinging anymore. Or if there still is clinging, it becomes less and less. There is this kind of difference between the two ways of study and practice. When we talk about study, we can understand it like this. Our eye is a subject of study. Our ear is a subject of study. Everything is a subject of study. We can know that form is like this and like that, but we attach to form and don't know the way out. We can distinguish sounds, but then we attach to them. Form, sounds, smells, tastes, bodily feelings, and mental impressions are all like a snare to entrap all beings. To investigate these things is our way of practicing Dhamma. When some feeling arises, we turn to our understanding to appreciate it. If we are knowledgeable regarding theory, we will immediately turn to that and see how such and such a thing happens like this and then becomes that, and so on. If we haven't learned theory in this way, then we have just the natural state of our mind to work with. This is our Dhamma. If we have wisdom, then we'll be able to examine this natural mind of ours and use this as our subject of study. It's exactly the same thing. Our natural mind is theory. The Buddha said to take whatever thoughts and feelings arise and investigate them. Use the reality of our natural mind as our theory. We rely on this reality. Continue sitting for about 20 more minutes. head over to Ajahn Panyo for the next part of the day.
So maybe we can begin. If anyone would like a Volume 1 chanting book, we're going to be doing the dark brown chanting book, and you don't have one, maybe you want to get one at this time from the back. So we'll be 3 readings from the suttas on the mindfulness of in and out breathing, and we'll be doing the chanting will be the 3rd reading, so you can just set it at your side for now. And then the last one will be we'll recite the mindfulness of in and out breathing together. But first I'll read 2 short suttas on mindfulness of in and out breathing. That'll be page 85. This is from the Anguttara Nikaya, Book of the Fives. Endowed with 5 qualities, a monk pursuing mindfulness of in and out breathing will in no long time penetrate the unprovoked release. Which 5? He is a person who imposes only a little on others, one of few duties and projects, easy to support, easily contented with the requisites of life. He is a person who eats only a little food, committed to not indulging his stomach. He is a person of only a little sloth, committed to wakefulness. He is a person of much learning, who has retained what he heard, has stored what he has heard. Whatever teachings are admirable in the beginning, admirable in the middle, admirable in the end, that in their meaning and expression proclaim the holy life that is entirely complete and pure. Those he has listened to often, retained, discussed, accumulated, examined with his mind, and well penetrated in terms of his views. He gets to hear at will, easily and without difficulty, talk that is truly sobering and conducive to the opening of awareness. Talk on modesty, contentment, seclusion, non-entanglement, arousing, persistence, virtue, concentration, discernment, release, and the knowledge and vision of release. He lives in the wilderness, in an isolated dwelling place. He reflects on the mind as it is released. Endowed with these 5 qualities, a monk pursuing mindfulness of in and out breathing will in no long time penetrate the unprovoked. This is a short sutta from the Samyutta Nikaya, 54:11. Then the Blessed One, emerging from his seclusion after 3 months' time, addressed the monks. Monks, if wanderers of other sects should ask you, with what abiding did Master Gotama often remain during the rains retreat, thus asked, you should answer them. The Blessed One often remained with concentration through in and out breathing during the rains retreat. Monks, if anyone speaking rightly were to describe something as a noble dwelling, a Brahma dwelling, the Tathagata's dwelling, he would, speaking rightly, describe concentration through mindfulness of in and out breathing as a noble dwelling, a Brahma dwelling, the Tathagata's dwelling. Those monks who are trainees, yearning for the unexcelled relief from bondage, their aspirations as yet unfulfilled, for them concentration through mindfulness of in and out breathing, when developed and pursued, leads to the ending of the fermentations. As for those monks who are worthy ones, devoid of fermentations, who have attained completion, finished the task, laid down the burden, attained the true goal, destroyed the fetters of becoming, and are released through right knowledge, for them concentration through mindfulness of in and out breathing, when developed and pursued, leads to a pleasant dwelling here and now, and to mindfulness and alertness. If anyone speaking rightly were to describe something as a noble dwelling, a Brahma dwelling, the Tathagata's dwelling, he would, speaking rightly, describe concentration through mindfulness of in and out breathing as a noble dwelling, a Brahma dwelling, the Tathagata's dwelling. And now for this final reading, everyone wishes can do it together. We'll just do the English. Teaching on Mindfulness of Breathing, Volume 1, page 85. Bhikkhus, when mindfulness of breathing is developed and cultivated, it is of great fruit and great benefit. When mindfulness of breathing is developed and cultivated, it fulfills the four foundations of mindfulness. When the four foundations of mindfulness are developed and cultivated, they fulfill the 7 factors of awakening. When the 7 factors of awakening are developed and cultivated, they fulfill true knowledge and deliverance. And how, bhikkhus, is mindfulness of breathing developed and cultivated so that it is of great fruit and great benefit? Here, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu, gone to the forest, to the foot of a tree, or to an empty hut, sits down having crossed his legs, sets his body erect, having established mindfulness in front of him. Ever mindful he breathes in, mindful he breathes out. Breathing in long, he knows, I breathe in long. Breathing out long, he knows, I breathe out long. Breathing in short, he knows, I breathe in short. Breathing out short, he knows, I breathe out short. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, experiencing the whole body. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, experiencing the whole body. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, tranquilizing the bodily formations. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, tranquilizing the bodily formations. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, experiencing rapture. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, experiencing rapture. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, experiencing pleasure. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, experiencing pleasure. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, experiencing the mental formations. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, experiencing the mental formations. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, tranquilizing the mental formations. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, tranquilizing the mental formations. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, experiencing the mind. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, experiencing the mind. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, gladdening the mind. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, gladdening the mind. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, concentrating the mind. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, concentrating the mind. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, liberating the mind. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, liberating the mind. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, contemplating impermanence. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, contemplating impermanence. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, contemplating the fading away of passions. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, contemplating the fading away of passions. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, contemplating cessation. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, contemplating cessation. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, contemplating relinquishment. He trains thus. I shall breathe out contemplating relinquishment. Bhikkhus, that is how mindfulness of breathing developed and cultivated, so that it is of great fruit and great benefit. Okay, very good. So now for the next portion, we are going to go into breakout groups, and there are 4 facilitators. And so we'll divide up into these 4 groups. And facilitator number 1 is Dahlia, number 2 is Kevin, 3 is B, and 4 is Greg. And they each have slips of paper which have the discussion questions on them, but I'll read the discussion questions out now. But actually, first let's count off just 1, 2, 3, 4, except for the facilitators who already have their numbers. Maybe if you can count, no, just maybe you, sir, with the glasses, just 1, or
1.
Okay, and then 2 to somebody. Yeah, 2. Okay. Okay, there we go.
4.
Okay. 1. Yeah. Okay. They're facilitators.
2.
3. 4. 1.
Okay. 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 Anyone not have a number? You in the back? 1. Okay. Neil? Okay, very good. And all right, me. Okay, so remember your number. Dahlia is 1 outside the Ajah's office. 2 is Kevin Monk's dining hall. 3 is B, main Dhamma hall. And 4 is downstairs by the Green Buddha, and facilitator is Greg. And I'll read out the questions, and then you can go to your separate areas. And if you can't remember where that is, follow your facilitator. The questions are, how familiar are you with the 16 steps of mindfulness of breathing? Do you find them understandable as a guide to breath meditation? Do you practice with them? If so, how? Which of the 16 steps do you find to be the most helpful to you for settling the mind and staying alert and present with the breath? What questions do you have about the 16 steps or about mindfulness of breathing? Are there any questions that you would like to ask the Ajahns when you return from your breakout groups? So that's some questions to facilitate the discussion. So now you can go to your breakout groups and meet back. Everyone meets back here at 3:30. Yeah.
For the summary, how many minutes a book we get?
Maybe
5 minutes?
5 minutes, put it.
Can we know who are the facilitators?
Okay. One is maybe 1 Dahlia, raise your hand, and then 2 Kevin, raise your hand. 3 B. 4 Greg. Thank you. So now maybe one person from each group can give a brief update from the group. Dahlia's group, number 1, can go first. Whoever will speak on behalf of your group?
Okay, so for the first question, how familiar are you with the 16 steps? It seemed like everybody in the group was familiar with Ānāpānasati, but not too familiar with the exact steps that were listed. So all the 16. Other people have heard it in different ways, like the 4 tetrads. Second question, if you find the 16 steps understandable. So some people had said that the first step for them when they are doing mindfulness of breathing is to first calm the mind, and then after the mind is calm, Ānāpānasati, the steps that come up are a bit more relevant after the mind is calm. Another person says that they don't necessarily think of it as 16 steps, they just see what arises naturally and kind of using that as their object. Some people say that they try the sequence, but then they sometimes forget the rest of the sequence. There was also confusion around if it is a sequential, step-by-step process and guide to meditation. Some people say that they just use the short in-breath, short out-breath, long in-breath, long out-breath as their primary meditation. That kind of answers the second question as well. I guess the main thing from our talk was that also some of the steps are unclear. So there were things related to what is the difference between the mind versus mental formations, and basically there was also confusion around, primarily if it's supposed to be a step-by-step thing, and if it is, why are certain things placed before others? So then I guess should I just lead into the questions?
Maybe after everybody's done their sharing.
Okay. That was about it for group 1.
Okay, so as far as familiarity with the 16 steps of the mindfulness of breathing, Ānāpānasati, in general, most people were somewhat familiar. Moria has them all memorized, though, and she's used them. It seems quite regularly. And how to practice with them, we did divert kind of into it was quite interesting discussion on mindfulness of pain, and so people sharing experiences of seeing pain as just pain and having breakthroughs in kind of being aware of pain and changing one's relationship to just painful sensations and experience, and how that can be a kind of catalyst towards improvements in meditation, I believe is kind of the context, and then also the balance between being aware of not injuring oneself and being careful that not to cause unnecessary injury through just dealing with pain and meditation. And someone's had 25 years of sports injuries, I think it was, so that can be a tricky thing to navigate around is pain and painful sensations, and working with that skillfully. And then also working around drowsiness, because there was some drowsiness apparently after the meal, and dealing with drowsiness and how annoying and uncomfortable drowsiness is. I don't think anybody likes drowsiness. So, people sharing just different experiences. It seemed like, as far as what was used most often, probably the first 2 tetrads, kind of focusing on the body or focusing on the breath. Some people using mantra in conjunction with the breath, and that seemed to be the most common, concrete, repetitive ways of using is mindfulness of the body and kind of mindfulness of feeling, kind of sweeping through the body. And as far as questions, we'll wait till that time. Who's number 3? No.
A few people in our group 3 familiar with the mindfulness of breathing, but not all of the steps. And the question number 2, you find the 16 steps understandable? Yes. And I will also answer the third question too, that how to practice and, yes, they're familiar with it. And use the quality of the Buddha of loving kindness and grounding the mind. Breathing in short, I know that I'm breathing in short. Breathing out short, that I know that I'm breathing out short. When the mind wandering around, thinking a lot, so we will some people will bring the mind back with the breathing. And I know that I'm thinking, then go back to the breathing. And some people look at the whole body, scan the whole body. Some people, after investigating the whole body, will investigating the achy, the pains parts of the body, and recite Putto, Putto when breathing in, breathing out. And also grounding the mind that I'm breathing in, I'm so grateful that I'm still alive. Breathing out, grounding the mind that I'm still alive. Also, like think of impermanent. Breathing in, if I'm not breathing out, I will die. Breathing out, I'm not breathing in, I will die. So, like impermanent, and we're getting old. So the body is will die someday, falling apart every day. So that's how our group doing. What next? And also, which are the 16 steps do you find to be the most helpful to settling the mind? This is a very helpful question. We found out that we like this question. We use the death contemplation and also impermanent of the body, the mind. When the mind is proliferate and thinking so much, we will take a long, deep breath, breathing in long, breathing out long, kind of stop the thinking process, and observe the body, the mind, and also the dukkha, the suffering part. We breathing in. Sometimes we stop a little bit and we kind of suffer. So we know it's like the body, everything, the mind is compared to the body and the mind the same way with the breathing. Breathing out, we stop and then we suffer. It's the same like the body. Okay, that's it for now, and there will be questions later. Thank you.
Okay, so group 4, it seemed like we had a really varying level of familiarity. Some people had just heard about them last night, and some were very familiar with it. Which of the 16 steps do you find understandable as a guide? So I think what we discussed is the first 2 tetrads are reasonably understandable, and that's what primarily our group had used. But then once you get to the 3rd and 4th, we really were questioning what different words mean. a relinquishment in all of these such words. In terms of what was most helpful, I think, again, really the first two tetrads is what we mainly touched on, the calming bodily formations and focusing on the in and out breathing and pleasure and rapture. But all of it really came back to what do these words really mean.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And now we can open up to questions.
Maybe we could just go in order, maybe one of the questions from group 1, then one of the questions from group 2, and so on, and go around like that.
Okay, so one of the questions that came up was, is it supposed to be a step-by-step guide? Is it meant to be practiced in the particular order that it's presented?
Sounds like a good one for Ajahn Kurdadamo. My mic's not working.
I answered the first question in the morning, so you can do this one.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
pipe in.
I'll
pipe
I'll
in
buy
later.
that. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay. I wasn't going to buy my mic's not working, but I'll take that. You answered the first question in the morning. So, wait, the question was, could you repeat the question? Oh, sequential. Right, okay. I think that they are sequential, but they also aren't. Each individual is going to find their own way of practicing with this. But the Buddha also spoke. He taught certain lists and certain orders for a reason. So, for example, the first two steps, breathing in short, breathing out short, breathing in long, breathing out long, is the phrase "he knows." So one knows, I breathe in long, I breathe out long. One knows, I breathe in short, I breathe out short. But then the rest of the steps are, he trains himself. So the first two steps are like knowing, like establishing that sense of knowing. And then from then on, it's like one trains oneself, experiencing the whole body, I breathe in, experiencing the whole body, I breathe out. One trains oneself, calming the bodily formation, breathing in, breathing out, and so on. One trains oneself sensitive to rapture, sensitive to piti. One trains oneself experiencing and calming mental formations, and so on. One trains oneself contemplating impermanence, and so on. So I do think there is an order in that sense, in that it starts with knowing, or you could even back up before the first step. It says sitting up straight with legs crossed, ever mindful, one breathes in, ever mindful, one breathes out. So there is this initial establishing of mindfulness even before the first step. And then it starts with the steps. So there is an order, but also I do like the way that Longpo Buddhadasa, Longpo Buddhatat would teach Ānāpānasati, in that if one of the steps becomes more clear to your mind, for example, if the contemplation of impermanence becomes more clear to the mind, then you can pick that up and go with that, because as we learn how to practice, we do have to go with what the mind is going with, so not to force ourselves to do one of the steps if the mind isn't really leaping out towards it. But if the mind leaps out towards the contemplation of impermanence, or if the mind leaps out towards the contemplation of relinquishment, then it's good to really pick that up. It's the same with body contemplation. If the mind leaps out towards contemplating the elements, it's good to contemplate the elements. And if you're doing 32 body parts contemplation, if an image of a skeleton appears very clearly in your mind, it's good to go with that and make much of that. So it's very much the same with the steps of Ānāpānasati. So I know for myself, it's usually just the first 4 steps, but then more recently, I was working with the fifth step more. So it's at different times in our practice, we're going to be working with different steps of Ānāpānasati. There's also been times where I've thought of it in a very poetic way, where literally you're breathing in, breathing out one step, breathing in, breathing out the next step. So I do think that the Buddha also, that would be something the Buddha would allow. If he's just saying, breathing in, experiencing the body, breathing out, experiencing the body, literally the next breath could be breathing in, calming the body, breathing out, calming the body. It's like Longpo Cha, when he became very adept at his meditation practice, he said it took him one in-breath and one out-breath to enter into deep samadhi. But that's because he became adept, and so I think he's maybe even going through multiple steps in a single in and out breath. So anything is possible with this. So yes, I think for the most part, we can think of it as the order. So Ānāpānasati, 16 steps, there is a certain order to it, ending in full relinquishment, liberation. Just like with something like the 5 hindrances, they come in a certain order for a reason. The 7 factors of enlightenment come in a certain order for a reason. 4 foundations of mindfulness. But then you can contemplate different of those steps if they're becoming prominent in your mind.
Okay, and this question refers to Ajahn Sucitto's articulation of like the circulation of like the heart energy or the breath energy, heart energy, and how that would fit into the tetrads. I believe kind of like his basic way of working with the breath energy, heart energy, and how that would fit into the tetrad scheme.
You're very familiar with Ajahn Sucitto's?
Yeah. I mean, it kind of permeates the whole, 16 steps in a sense, because it's talking about the breathing, the breath energy. I think he goes into great detail, particularly like if you look at his book, Breathing Like a Buddha, that little book that came out just not too long ago, that is kind of his commentary on the Ānāpānasati Sutta itself. He spends, a fair amount of preparatory time talking about, what in-breathing and out-breathing can refer to, particularly if you take the more the ancient Indian concept of what breath is all about. Normally we think of it in a very concrete westernized way of like the actual air going into the lungs and then coming out of the lungs and the passageway, within the nasal passages or the throat or the trachea, the lungs, that kind of a thing. But it's a much wider understanding that the Buddha was talking from, or a different kind of understanding, different context of what breath actually meant, and that it's much more, at least in the time of the Buddha, time of India, it's much more broadly understood as not only that actual, in and out movement of air into the lungs and out again, but the manifestation of the whole energy system of the body, so that pana or prana in Sanskrit it becomes more of an energetic experience, and so that the energy, the breath energy moving in, moving out of the body can actually be sensed and felt within the subtle energy systems of the body, so that you can actually feel, say, the quality of expansion and contraction with the in and out breathing as an energetic experience, all the way from the tip of the head to the toes, and a very gentle pulsating and movement of energy that can be used to bring attention to all the parts of the body that we generally tend not to be aware of. It can be used to help release obstructions, release blocks that we have, that we can experience if we really tune into the bodily energy, that what's called the kaya sankhara in here, which is calming, the fourth step of calming the kaya sankhara, refers to that actually formative energy that's related to the in and out breathing. So we can calm that, we can use that, all the mental hindrances that we experience in the body, and we can help move them and release them through attention to the in and out breathing, and how to use that movement of gentle energy to draw attention and then to help release the obstructions that are kind of embedded in the body but originate in the mind. So that's often how Ajahn Sucitto talks about it, as a much broader experience of the breath energy.
Dear Ajahn, could you please explain I shall breathe in tranquilizing the bodily formations, please? Thank you.
I think I might have just sort of done that. Yeah, it was just, kind of a reiteration of that quality of using that very gentle, energetic breath in and out motion to identify and then scan through where there are obstructions, and use it as kind of a, again, this is kind of how Ajahn Sucitto presents it, use it as the medium for helping to drain off, in a sense, as he says, some of the obstructions. So that, most of the time we've got, what do we've got? We've got kaya sankhara, the bodily formation. We've got chitta sankhara. All these are in the sutta itself. The mental formation. Somebody was asking about some of the terms and understanding what they meant. So this is kind of moving into that a little bit too. Chitta sankhara, the mental formations, which refers to specifically the categories, generally specifically the categories of perception and feeling. Perceptions and feelings. If you know your five khandhas, chitta sankhara usually refers to those two aspects. So we've got kaya sankhara, the bodily formation, the in and out breath energy. We've got chitta sankhara, the perceptions and the feelings. And it's usually those perceptions and feelings that kind of really get us entangled. We have certain judgments, we have certain ways of perceiving the world. There's pleasant feeling, there's unpleasant feeling related to those perceptions, and we get tangled in this mess of trying to get rid of the unpleasant, trying to get more of the pleasant, and generally being confused with reality about what it is that we're perceiving. So all of that creates a lot of suffering and dukkha in our experience. I think we can all relate to that. And most of the time what we try and do is solve it through what is the third kind of sankhara, the vaci sankhara, the thinking mind. We try and think our way. Vaci means like speech, so it's the speech formation, which is thinking. That's where speech starts, is with thought. So most of the time we try and rationalize, we try and justify, we try and get rid of unpleasant feelings, or by speaking in harsh ways, we respond in unskillful ways, trying to get rid of an unpleasant experience, or we just react against unpleasant perceptions and feelings by thinking about them, making a story, creating a whole scenario. The many conversations that we have in our head over and over and over again, about what somebody said or what somebody did or how you're going to set it straight. And that doesn't work usually very well, if at all, or only temporarily. And so we use the kaya sankhara, the breathing in and out, to actually tune into the underlying energy, the underlying obstruction, the underlying tension. And we use that to ease and settle the mind so that we can see the whole process more clearly. in a way that we don't have to get entangled with it. So we use the kaya sankara, the breathing, to help settle and drain off the obstructive energies that come through our attachment to and misinterpretation through our perceptions and our feelings, the chitta sankara. So I hope that's not too technical, but somebody was asking about the terms as well. So that's just my thought. I don't know if Ajahn Yanaka would like to add something.
Yeah, also, I think of the third and fourth steps very connected with each other. So there's calming the bodily formation, then, experiencing the bodily formation, then calming the bodily formation. So it's like we experience where there might be, one way of holding it is we experience where there might be tension or pain in the body, and then having experienced that and taken note of that, then in the fourth step we can calm all of those tensions and consciously, I like to translate in my own mind the fourth step as one trains oneself consciously calming the bodily formation. I breathe in, consciously calming the bodily formation, I breathe out. So it's actually consciously relaxing, consciously calming the entire body. And so we can see where there might habitually be tension in the body, whether it's in our legs or our chest or our face, eyes. We just consciously calm those things as we breathe in and out. So that's one way to hold it as well. Next question.
Okay, so we'll go back two steps. One thing we were really curious about is knowing I breathe in, or what is it? I always forget the exact verbiage, but basically the mindfulness of breathing part. And there's a couple questions related to it. What does knowing mean? How does thinking relate to it? And how does that relate to noting? So someone in our group.
That's the first and second steps, or pre any steps?
First and second steps, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So I guess just what knowing means, and how that relates to thinking or noting in the Burmese traditions.
I can't speak to the Burmese tradition, but pajanati is the word, and then is to know. Then the training is sikati, to train. So to know the quality of the breath, I think that's, for us, that's just, in our tradition, it's the establishment of sampajanya, of clear comprehension, or just knowing the qualities of the breath. So I suppose you could, and Ajahn Kurama might have another thought about this, but I suppose you could think, I am breathing in long, because it does say breathing in long, one knows, or one pajanati, one knows I'm breathing in long. But actually, Pali is less personalized than English, so I think the I might also be kind of an addition. And you might be able to think of it as breathing in long, one knows, breathing in long. Not I am breathing in long. So breathing in long, one knows, breathing in long. Breathing out long, one knows, breathing out long, and so on. And so it's actually less personalized, and one is just knowing the qualities of the breath. And the way I interpret that is actually knowing is just feeling it. So Ajahn Chah talks about feeling it at the tip of the nose. So if you feel it, you know it, because you can feel it. So if you are thinking of something else, you're not feeling it. You're stuck in some other proliferation, and you're not actually feeling the sensation at the tip of the nose. So that's what we mean by knowing it in our tradition, anyway. So we don't add on. If we were to say, I am thinking, if we were to say to ourselves and note to ourselves, breathing long, breathing long, breathing long, breathing out long, breathing out long, breathing in long, and noting in that way. I guess in our tradition that would be seen as adding, what we call adding a head on top of a head, or just creating agitation where there originally wasn't any. So the knowing doesn't have to be the vaji sankara, the verbalization of the thoughts doesn't have to be happening. We can actually we could know, or we could even feel, we could even say we're feeling it, because we're the awareness, we're learning how to direct awareness. We've directed the awareness to the breath sensation. It's actually so basic and simple that it's very hard to do because it's too basic. We want to kind of add a head on top of a head. We want to say like, well, I need to build some sort of mental edifice here. But actually the Buddha wants us to deconstruct the mental edifice. That's what we're trying to do. So just that bare knowing it's actually, the Buddha has it right there at the beginning, but it's very hard to do. So can you just know it without adding anything on? Do you have anything to add?
Yeah. I've got many thoughts about this, but little direct knowledge. I know. I think that you explained that quite well in my mind. Just to kind of amplify on that just a little bit, there's a lot of different ways that the word knowing or knowledge or kind of has certain permutations and combinations, and there's a lot more than probably I'm aware of, and I'm not a Pali scholar at all, but if you start with the word jnana, which just basically means knowing, like in Ajñāniko, he's the knower, then other words in Pali kind of derive from that basic root. So the one that he was just talking about in the first couple of steps, pajanati, is generally, I think, often is referred to or translated as, at least I like the translation of direct knowing. So just as what Ajñāniko was saying, is rather than conceptualizing and creating a thought, this is direct knowledge, pajanati. So direct knowing. Then he also referred to sampajanya, which is kind of more amplifiers involved. Some, like very thoroughly knowing. So that there's often translated as clear comprehension. So sampajanya, super clear knowing, as opposed to just direct knowing. Which broadens out the awareness a little bit to encompass more aspects of the knowing quality. Panya, wisdom, is another form of knowing, particularly in relation to the noble, the wisdom aspects of our knowledge. So there's, many different angles for this knowing, but just as Ajñāniko was saying, it's different from the actual conceptual thinking. And so I think, in some of the Burmese tradition, like I think the Mahasi Sayadaw, they emphasize the noting and labeling of experience as you go through it. And again, just as Ajñāniko was saying, that's not something that's emphasized in our tradition. We're kind of trying to move out of the head and into direct experience. The more of the direct knowing. And then just to add one more little thing, that's in the first couple of steps, but then when you get to the third step of sabakaya patisangvedi, experiencing that patisangvedi, that's kind of a neat little root too. And again, I hate to butcher the Pali, but what I've understood is that the Vedi is like referring to Vedana, feeling, and that the sang and the pati are, again, amplifiers. So you've got sangvedi, which would be like thoroughly experiencing, and pati sangvedi would be like super duper thoroughly experiencing. So again, it's bringing it back to that first-hand experience rather than a conceptualization or a labeling process.
Okay, and then this will probably be the last question for group one, since a lot of the other questions were answered by everybody else's questions. So this one is around kind of the part where it talks about gladdening the mind and concentrating the mind, and then liberating the mind. Somebody had mentioned that it makes sense, to gladden the mind and to concentrate the mind, but then what is exactly meant by liberating the mind? And yeah, that was a question.
look at where that progression. Yeah, experiencing the mind, gladdening the mind, concentrating the mind, liberating the mind. That's the third tetrad. It's this idea of the chitta, the mind. Well, I think in a way it's kind of that order again. You're experiencing in the third tetrad, you're experiencing gladdening. Gladdening is in many places in the suttas, the happy mind is easily concentrated, so you're experiencing your gladdening. That's the precursor to concentrating the mind, which is the precursor to yata bhuta jnana dasanang, knowledge and vision of things as they are, which is liberating the mind, so it goes from happiness to concentration to liberation, and or knowledge and vision of things as they are. That's one way to think of it, is that it goes gladdening the mind, concentrating the mind, then wisdom and liberation after that. Perhaps another way to think about it too is that just whatever negative mental states might be harassing us at the time, then using the breath to liberate ourselves from them, that could be a more mundane and perhaps a more applicable approach to that one. At the vimochayang chittang, liberating the mind. That's I don't really have any other thoughts about that. Do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, well, in general, the third tetrad related to chitta, heart, mind, sort of the affective experience that we can understand. The chitta being sort of this mirror-like, or maybe still. You can think of it, it's like a still pool of water that takes on the dye, takes on the color of whatever's put into it, or reacts to the wind to get ruffled, so that it picks up and reflects the qualities of the stuff that's moving through it. But it can also be settled and calmed and become still. And that happens with the development of calming meditation in and of itself, and also the result of insight, of lessening our grasping, and letting go of the causes of suffering, clinging, craving, those kinds of things can help still that chitta. And so gladdening the mind, one of my favorite ones, because my mind needs a lot of gladdening to help settle down. So I spend a lot of time there, which was kind of what I was referring to earlier this morning. Abhipamodayang is the word that's used, and it's based on the word pamoja, which means like the easefulness, the happy mind that, as Ajahn Yanaka was just saying, the happy mind that then starts to be able to settle and collect itself more easily. So I spend a lot of time doing that, and then through the concentrating the mind, which collecting the mind, letting it draw together in a very composed, unwavering state, and then I think, as I understand it, the liberating the mind at that section doesn't necessarily refer to the full liberation through insight and wisdom, and that comes from relinquishment, more towards the end of the cycle, but refers to that, at least that what you would say is a temporary release, temporary liberation based on samadhi. So the mind can come to stillness, and you're not really experiencing dukkha, through the meditation practice. But still there's the underlying tendencies that are kind of maybe in abeyance but haven't been eradicated, the underlying tendencies of greed, hatred, and delusion. They're temporarily suspended and not active, but they haven't been completely uprooted through wisdom. So one can experience a liberation of mind, but still not have completed the path. They'll start to arise again once the composure of mind starts to wear off. So it's only through wisdom that we can completely go to that last step of relinquishment of everything that we're clinging to, and most explicitly this sense of self and this refuge in the world of the conditioned world. So just to add a few thoughts there.
Okay, this one's a bit of a left turn. It's on right effort. So in regards to already arisen skillful or wholesome states, if I was understanding the question right, it was kind of advice, encouragement, clarification on skillful or wholesome state that's already arisen, kind of on increasing that, because it seems like there could be a bit of like desire or clinging or wanting to increase it, wanting more. So if one's happy, do I really need to be happier if I'm already happy? So that idea of skillfulness and just encouragement around increasing already arisen wholesome states.
I could start with that. Yeah, actually, I thought that might be a good way to launch into it. That why, if I'm already happy, do I need to be even happier? And I think it's more increasing wholesome states doesn't necessarily mean, say, if you're happy, you have to be even happier. So, because even happier actually won't actually be even happier. It'll be more agitated. If we think of it that way. So we're looking for more refinement. So you see this in the teachings where if you look at the teachings on I really don't like to use the word jhanas, but the teachings on the jhanas we'll just use that word because we're talking about this in an academic way perhaps right now, but the happiness is, first there's piti sukha, and then you have this, that ends up fading away because especially something like piti is seen as a coarser mental state. So as the mind becomes more peaceful, in the teachings of the Buddha, peace is classed as a higher form of happiness than happiness. So peace is more sublime, peace is more wonderful than happiness. And so increasing a wholesome state in that sense would mean becoming more peaceful, going more towards equanimity. Because if you think, oh, I have so much bliss and rapture and get kind of better and better, and that's not very peaceful. So you can even kind of get spun out on it. So that's in terms of that state. But there's also other wholesome states that we do want to make much of and continue to purify and refine them. So things like wholesome intentions, non-harming, non-cruelty. So we look and see, is there any sense of desire to harm, any sense of any ill will in the mind? Or if we have a sense of goodwill for others, can we increase that goodwill? If we have goodwill for ourselves, can we have goodwill for others as well? And then how far can we expand that? Can we have goodwill for the whole world? Or is it just goodwill for the whole world except that person? Or are we able to truly have goodwill for all living beings? So that's expanding an already wholesome state into something much bigger, making much of it. I remember even hearing of a conversation that Longpo Plian had one time with Ajahn Dan and Ajahn Anan. And when this was quite a long time ago, but it was like somebody overheard and passed on the information that, actually it was probably, I think it might have even been Longpo Plian when he was here in 2007. And so you have these three great monks and talking with each other. Longpo Plian was senior to them, so he said, well, Tananan, Tantan, yeah, just before I couldn't spread metta to the whole world, but now I can. So it can, that's sort of increasing the metta.
No, that answers the question. Okay.
You ran out of questions? Oh, okay. It's good. About time for one more, so.
Okay, so I think most of ours were answered. Oh, closer? Okay, is it okay? These focus on the mindfulness of breathing, and one question that came up is, what if a thought comes up and you switch your mindfulness to that thought, and once it goes away, you switch back, or kind of what's the interaction between mindfulness of breathing versus mental formations, or
just sort of stepping back a little bit, looking at the whole. Again, the breathing, as is described in the Ānāpānasati Sutta, is sort of the backdrop for many different contemplations. So, we're trying to establish this kind of groundedness in the body and this flow of energy that the in and out breathing helps to facilitate. So it's kind of our ground base, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're as obvious as from all the 16 contemplations plus many others that aren't part of these 16 steps. It's, we're not shutting ourselves off to the rest of the world. We're not trying to have an isolating form of attention that focuses only on, a narrow focus of that pristine in and out breath and essentially obliterating the rest of experience. That's not the idea. So it's not like, we have to move back and forth from just one specific focus to another. So we note a thought and then we go back to the breathing, and then try and eliminate the thought. It's more like trying to establish that rhythmic quality of in and out breathing in a way that doesn't obliterate this kind of what the Kruba Ajahns, the very senior monks, often referred to as this all-around awareness, this all-around knowing quality. It doesn't mean we're spacing out into what's sometimes called choiceless awareness, which I think Luangpa Pasano loves to refer to as nebulous nothingness. So we're not trying to establish that kind of like completely, non-specific, open, without any kind of boundaries or focus or anything like that. But we're using that breathing as kind of this ground base. So that we can see things more from a bit of a distance. So that the danger with thinking is not so much the thoughts that are coming in and going, but our entanglement with them. So that if we get lost in the content and get lost in the story and let it feed these underlying emotions and tendencies, and then it just gets into this positive feedback cycle where that thinking process, that proliferative process, really takes charge of us. It becomes the controlling factor of our experience. and we're almost like the helpless victims to this process. So the in and out breathing helps to drain off the underlying energies that's feeding the process. And so, we note the thinking, we know that we are thinking when we're thinking, but we don't move into resistance and try and get rid of it. We just see it more clearly, see it for what it's worth, and see kind of at a deeper level. The thinking process is a very surface kind of experience, but what's feeding it is a much deeper level in citta, in the heart, that's, usually some bubbling up of some unskillful state of, desire or craving or aversion, irritation, is manifesting and being experienced and emerging within that thinking process. And if we indulge in that and don't know it for what it is, then it just takes over. It's got its own life, and it just keeps perpetuating based on those underlying tendencies. So the idea is not to, note and then go away. It's just to sort of give it a bit more broad space, but keep on gently returning to that deeper level that the breathing can help us settle into. That's my take on it anyway.
Yeah, just I think it's valid to just, if somebody wants to, a thought arises, you kind of look at it and then it passes away. Just to be careful that not, if it is an unwholesome thought, to not be reinforcing it in subtle ways. There is a phenomenon that can happen where we might have an unwholesome thought and we think we're being mindful of it, we think we're knowing it, but then we're actually subtly reinforcing it by, say, for example, we think of somebody who did something wrong. So we might then think, well, we might say, well, I should be mindful of that thought because I don't, and then when we think about it, we think, yeah, they did do something wrong. I really need to tell them. And we think we add other little thoughts to it, and then it doesn't really go away. But if we look at it and think, oh, that's a thought arising and passing away, that's good. That's good. But we have to be careful we're not reinforcing it in subtle or not so subtle ways.
Yeah, just to add, sometimes we think of thinking as the enemy, but we can turn it around and use it as a very skillful tool. It can be a very powerful tool to, if we phrase the question or phrase the thought in the right way, it will direct us back to a more direct experience. And then that's when we have charge of the thinking mind, and we can use it to our benefit rather than being controlled by it.
Is that all the questions? Did we really get through them all? Should we have a short break or just go into the final?
Well, maybe if people need a break, they can just take it individually, maybe.
Sure. Yeah.
Rather than completely dispersing.
Yeah, because there's only half an hour left.
Yeah. So if you need to get up and stretch or go use the restroom, please do so. Otherwise, why don't we just start to get settled for the final meditation?
I'll do a final meditation session.
Ooh, there was a quest to maybe turn the lights down a little bit. I might need the sconces for just a little. I'm just going to read a little bit, but actually there's still enough light, so that's okay. Yeah, that helps. So yeah, just get settled, and when everybody returns, I'll do a little bit of a reading and reflection to end the day. Okay, so just take a half an hour to return to the meditation, and just reflecting on the fullness of the teachings on Ānāpānasati, taking us all the way from experiencing or knowing the breathing in and out in its basic form, calming and settling the body and the breathing, knowing the different mental objects, perceptions, and feelings that course through the mind and how it conditions the mind, and settling those too, breathing in, breathing out, tranquilizing, settling the mental formations, knowing the mind itself, the qualities of mind. Is it an obstructed mind or is it a free mind? Are there hindrances or are there lack of hindrances? Breathing in, breathing out. So moving deeper from body to perceptions and feelings to mind qualities. It's all part of settling the mind. Settling the mind. And then finally in the fourth tetrad, a bit more insight into phenomena, noticing qualities like impermanence and how to release the mind, moving towards dispassion through clear seeing. We see the world the way it really is, and we become not so enamored with finding temporary pleasure, gratification in the world. So we naturally want to move towards something more subtle, more sublime. And that comes through letting go of all the rest of it that we've invested in for so long. So that letting go of that whole false refuge. And that's where we move into the final step, relinquishment. Letting go of that false refuge, letting go of the habits and tendencies where we create suffering, letting go of the desperate clinging to try and create an ordered world that's predictable and makes me happy all the time and reinforces that sense of self. So we're moving to let go of all of those, relinquish all of those habits and beliefs through wisdom. This is the relinquishment of the final step. So Ānāpānasati, A to Z. And sometimes that final relinquishment into what we call the unconditioned, that which is not part of the conditioned reality, can seem a bit abstract or far or hard to understand, hard to fathom. And it's, it is in a sense because it's we're so caught in that which obstructs our experiencing that. But another contemplation that we can do to help gladden the mind would be just to perceive or just to conjure up what it might be like to be fully free. What might the heart-mind be like that's completely unobstructed by greed, hatred, and delusion? So we can establish it's a perception that we're establishing by thinking about it, but it's one that really is a skillful perception. It's a conjured up fabrication, but it's a skillful one to get our minds around because it helps to inspire and it helps to move us in the right direction. So the Buddha offers this recollection of the peace of Nibbana to bring that up as an act of contemplation. What might it be like to have a completely free, open, unentangled mind without any of these underlying tendencies towards greed, hatred, delusion? So he doesn't spend a whole lot of time trying to define it, but he does in some places offer descriptions which are useful to help give us an idea, give us a sense of what the goal might sort of be like. I'll just read a couple of passages that help describe that. Monks, I will teach you the unconditioned and the path leading to the unconditioned. Listen. And what, monks, is the unconditioned? the destruction of lust, the destruction of hatred, the destruction of delusion. This is called the unconditioned. And what, monks, is the path leading to the unconditioned? Mindfulness directed to the body. This is called the path leading to the unconditioned. Monks, I will teach you the uninclined, the taintless, the truth, the far shore, the subtle, the very difficult to see, the unaging, the stable, the undisintegrating, the unmanifest, the unproliferated, the peaceful, the deathless, the sublime, the auspicious, the secure, the destruction of craving, the wonderful, the amazing, the unailing state, nibbana, the unafflicted, dispassion, purity, freedom, non-attachment, the island, the shelter, the asylum, the refuge, the destination, and the path leading to the destination. And what, monks, is the destination? The destruction of lust, the destruction of hatred, the destruction of delusion. This is called the destination. Again, and what, monks, is the path leading to the destination? Mindfulness directed to the body. This is called the path leading to the destination. Thus, monks, I have taught you the unconditioned, the destination, and the path leading to the destination. Whatever should be done by a compassionate teacher out of compassion for his disciples, desiring their welfare, that I have done for you. There are these roots of trees, monks, these empty huts. Meditate, monks, do not be negligent, lest you regret it later. This is my instruction to you. And then lastly, thus have I heard, at one time the Blessed One was dwelling at Sawati in Jeta's Grove, Ānāpānasati's Park. Now on that occasion the Blessed One was instructing, rousing, inspiring and gladdening the monks with a Dhamma talk connected with Nibbana. And those monks were receptive and attentive, concentrating their whole mind, intent on listening to the Dhamma. Then, on realizing its significance, the Blessed One on that occasion uttered this inspired utterance. There is, monks, that base where there is neither earth, nor water, nor heat, nor air, neither the base of the infinity of space, nor the base of the infinity of consciousness, nor the base of nothingness, nor the base of neither perception nor non-perception, neither this world nor another world, neither sun nor moon. Here, monks, I say there is no coming, no going, no standing still, no passing away, and no being reborn. It is not established, not moving, without support. Just this is the end of suffering. So, a few words to describe the final step of relinquishment, complete relinquishment, and just to let that settle, soothe, inspire the mind as you wish for the next 20 minutes or so.
So this concludes our Ānāpānasati 2 day, and we'll end with the chant, just the verses of sharing and aspiration on page 33 of the chanting book. Now let us chant the verses, sharing an aspiration through the goodness that arises from my practice. May my spiritual teachers and guides of great virtue, my mother, my father, and my relatives, the sun and the moon, and all virtuous leaders of the world, may the highest gods and evil forces, celestial beings, guardian spirits of the earth, and the Lord of death, may those who are friendly, indifferent, or hostile, may all beings receive the blessings of my life. May they soon attain the threefold bliss and realize the deathless through the goodness that arises from my practice, and through this act of sharing, may all desires and attachments quickly cease, and all harmful states of mind, until I realize Nibbana in every kind of birth. May I have an upright mind, with mindfulness and wisdom, austerity and vigor. May the forces of delusion not take hold, nor weaken my resolve. The Buddha is my excellent refuge. Unsurpassed is the protection of the Dhamma. The solitary Buddha is my noble guide. The Sangha is my supreme support. Through the supreme power of all these, may darkness and delusion be dispelled. Okay, thank you for coming out, everybody. And we'll also have the regular Saturday night program this evening, and also the before that tea time, 5:30. Ajahn Kovilo will be available for the Q&A at 5:30 in the dining hall, and then at 7 we'll have our normal evening puja, meditation, and Dhamma talk. Arahang Samma Sambuddho Bhagava Buddhang Bhagavantang Abhivade Swakato Bhagavata Dhammo Dhammang Namasami Supatipanno Bhagavato Sāvaka Saṅgho Saṅghang Namah